Okay, just me and the camera, so I guess this is okay. Good afternoon and welcome to our first virtual Digital Transformation Week. I'm Jim Love. I'm the CIO and Chief Digital Officer of IT World Canada, ITWC, and I'm here to welcome you and to kick things off for the afternoon. If 2020 taught us anything so far, it's been that when confronted with wicked problems and difficult challenges, we can make one of two choices. We can curl up and shrink and fade away, or we can sail straight into the face of disruption. Now, not foolishly or blindly, but by looking forward and charting a course. We move forward in search of new opportunities and in pursuit of that exceptional digital transformation, that exceptional customer experience that is the hallmark of digital transformation. The timing of our Digital Transformation Week couldn't have been more fitting. We had to do our own digital transformation from an in-person event to this new digital format. We hope you like it. And that was only possible because we've been experimenting with new ideas in digital delivery. So when the change came, our team leapt to the challenge. And that's what we've been doing this week. When you consider the changes that have come rushing worldwide, we've seen more change in the past few months than in the past 5 years. Pre-COVID, it was said that the pace of change in technology was intense. Well, now it's in hyperdrive. We talk about the new normal, which is probably more new than normal, as digital transformation takes us to a new world and a new way of doing business. Fitting then that the Digital Transformation Week is virtual and things are going to look a little different than they were in previous years when this was a live event. But one thing will not change. We're going to bring you great real-world stories of transformation happening now and insights from people on the front lines who are driving that transformation. Our focus today is on digital workspaces. Now, I don't think there could be anything more timely than this one coming into the summer of 2020. With the hope that this global pandemic is behind us, but the certainty that a new world of work awaits us. The days of packed boardrooms, cubicles crammed together, commutes appear to be over. In the wake of COVID-19 in the world of work, might be one of taped off desks, of start times staggered, of hand sanitizing stations, of one-way corridors. So how do we cope? How do we continue to transform? To find some insight into this, in the spirit of the new normal, I hand things over to Chris Pope, who's the Global VP of Innovation for ServiceNow. Chris will be our first, but not our only global presentation this week. Chris is speaking to us from outside his home in London, England, and he'll offer us thoughts on how you can transform the way work gets done using digital platforms. Chris will make it a little more real by talking about how his own organization was quickly able to pivot to the new working model. Over to you, Chris.
Hey everybody, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be in the world. Glad you could join us today. My name is Chris. I'm the VP of Innovation at ServiceNow and fortunate to lead our innovation team all over the world. So what I want to talk to you about today is this returning to work, if you will, or returning to the workplace, and how this isn't really a new phase. It's just the way we work now. And we just had a breakout before this with some of the attendees where we were talking about this sort of the way we now have to work, the way we now have to operate, and the way we come together to deliver what we would normally have done in an office environment. But even this event, right? We're all remote, we're all in our houses. I think some people might actually be in an office or a little bit more advanced in what they're doing. But really, looking at what we do and how we do and the changing of that model. And a couple of weeks ago, I was talking to some customers and this phrase sort of just came about, if you will, in terms of it. Not only does it rhyme, but it seems to make sense. So brilliance through resilience. Now, when you define what resilience is, it's that ability to quickly recover from difficulties through tough times and so on. And that's not just, sort of the classic sort of financial breakdown of a company, but the operational world that we now live in. We had to pivot overnight, many of us, to suddenly working from anywhere at any time. Can we cope? Do we have the infrastructure? And what about how you still manage people, how you manage teams, and actually deliver the work that you're supposed to be delivering as part of any operation? So your operating models are going to change as a result of this. And, we're going to touch on 6 different aspects here. And then I'm going to give you a little bit of insight into what we've done as a company, ServiceNow, with 12,000 employees globally, on what we've done and what we've tried to do from an innovation standpoint, and share that with our customers and our partners and our ecosystem as well. So there's 6 different areas here that we'll dive right into. But, Workplace Anywhere, your agile organization structure, the agile supply chain, or just in case supply chain, if you will. Contactless is a big thing, not only from humans, but also commerce. And as you start looking at digital experiences, digital shopping experiences and interaction, contactless healthcare. We're all in this situation where we're hyper conscious about it now. And then a resilient workforce. What does that actually mean? How it works and how it comes together. So Workplace Anywhere, I think, we used to talk about the concept of remote working or home working. I don't think there's that much differentiation anymore. It's anywhere, anytime, anyhow, with any device. Here at ServiceNow, we used to have a designation when we would post job positions, etc., where it was a remote position. We've removed that. It's just a job. You work for the company, and there shouldn't be any differentiation from a remote, whether you're in an office or you're working from your house or your parents' house or wherever it may be. So we had this big overnight shift, if you will, from the physical office to the digital office. Now, what does that mean? And there's lots of research that's come out in the last couple of weeks where, this particular stat from Gartner, that 3 out of 4 expect at least 5% of their workforce to no longer work in the corporate environment. And just on that breakout chat we were talking about, lots of companies have lots of buildings, lots of commercial properties around the world. What does that now mean, for those leases? Can they get out of them? Is that an overhead? Are you beholden to them for a longer period of time and things like that? It really changes the way you think about things. So the challenges with this are, how do you rapidly provision equipment and tools? We've seen, the meteoric rise, of Zoom and Microsoft Teams and many others. But what about just equipment that people need to work effectively wherever they may be, but in a secure way? So the systems they're using, the data they're accessing. I live in the UK, so we're beholden to GDPR, the gift that keeps on giving. And, data concerns that many people have around customer data, employee data. It's no longer in your buildings. It's in people's houses. I have a printer behind me. I could print things. What does that mean as a security risk? But then the other side, the physical and well-being and the mental health of your employees. Productivity and focus is a big thing. You're only actually productive 3 to 4 hours a day standing in front of one of these things. So what do you do with the rest of that time? And it feels a little bit twee to say, get up, walk around, take a break. But that's massively important. Now that we've been doing this for 4 months, I can't sit in this office 8, 9, 10 hours a day every day and still be productive and deliver my best work. So really the opportunity here, when you think about it, is how do you securely provision and manage employee assets, whether that's laptops, phones, equipment, any number of different things, but do it in a cost-efficient way where you're not trying to cut corners, but you're also not blowing massive amounts of money unnecessarily. It's what's appropriate for employees to be able to do their jobs and work effectively, but still deliver on outcomes and results at the same time. How do you engage with those employees? How do you communicate with them? Where historically you could have walked down the hallway, maybe you had an all hands once a quarter. Everyone's now on video, to the point that we've almost got video fatigue as well. And then you have to think about this return to work and employee well-being and what that starts to mean as conditions and lockdown environments start to change and move accordingly. What's that going to mean for the workplace? And then you say, well, what about my organization? Historically you had whatever the number of people in an org, say 50, 100, 200 people, and you figured out the capacity and almost the streams of work that you could deliver on and the projects you could deliver. Well, the other side of that now becomes a thing where your work team is everywhere, right? And they can be anywhere at any point in time. So do you now ask a question of, what is the work that we need to do, and where are the people or the teams that can deliver that work in the most efficient way? And that could be anything from innovation to productivity increasing, but also what's your MVP? Is minimum viable product good enough? You don't need that full-blown, end-to-end 5 out of 5 from a maturity standpoint. Minimal viable is probably good enough because the conditions in which you have to deliver it under and that people will actually use it and consume it have obviously changed. So how do you rapidly move to that agile way of working without training and tooling? That becomes an interesting thing, where how do you actually train people? How do you get them content so they're effective and they're productive, but they can upskill quickly because they need new skills that maybe they didn't have to have before because of being in that office environment? As I said, how do you adhere to things like security and company governance? Massively important. Can't cut corners at the costs of those, right? That's a major driver of this. And then how do you evolve that minimum viable over time? So really it comes down to, what is the strategy of the business? Many of the organizations I've been fortunate to talk to over the last couple of weeks have, in some cases, moved into areas they didn't normally operate. They've shut down some areas where they were operating because you don't have that footfall. You think about retailers and hospitality industry, that's completely changed. Has it changed forever? Probably, to some extent. How do you have that transparency and visibility across your projects, where you used to rely on that Monday morning 10 o'clock meeting and the PMs or the PMO would come together with the stakeholders and give you that readout? That's had to change. That's different in terms of how you collect the information to present that, which is when suddenly platforms and digital workflow become really, really important. How do you manage through the change so that you don't step on regulations or compliance requirements and so on? The human change management or the organizational change management aspect is even harder because everyone's in different places. And then how do you actually move to a continuous delivery model where you can just iterate continually and evolve that minimum viable product to the point where you feel comfortable with it, it makes sense, but it just becomes part of your cadence? None of these big monolithic sort of change programs, they might still happen in certain areas, but how do you move to a more regular cadence of that agile way of working? And then you say, well, who provides our technology, our services, our people, our capabilities in some case? Here in the UK, we've shut down more plants than anywhere in Europe because of our supply chain shortages, right? And you start looking at just-in-time models, which there is, the time concept's gone because we can't control it, right? Now it's about just in case. And in some cases, the supply chain is still moving, but it's got massively more expensive as a result of that to maintain those levels of service. So you now have to think about, well, what does that supply chain organization and vendor procurement and vendor management start looking at so that you can actually show resilience through that? And that's really hard to do. And we've seen some organizations start to stockpile, move to multi-vendor approaches and so on. How do you have sort of early line of sight into demand signals so that you know potentially that things are going to occur 3, 4, 5 weeks from now? Can you get ahead of those? Can you start preparing the organization for kind of that oncoming tsunami of requests or services or needs or whatever it may be? If you think about, around the world right now, restrictions are changing in many organizations, some good, some bad. How do you prepare for that? What does that now mean when you think about the time lag? And then you think about revenue that you've dropped, and are you cash poor, right? And you've moved away from that traditional sort of reliance you had on those models. You have to get a lot smarter with what you're doing. So vendor risk management and onboarding of new vendors, things that a lot of organizations have done. And some of the companies I've been working with of late, they've sort of thrown away their traditional RFP or RFX process during this window, and they're getting through things in 9 to 10 days and being live in production in weeks. And that traditional long tail of sort of soliciting the responses, doing a bake-off, getting down to your final 3, you just don't have time. You need to make a decision. You need to make the right decision. Things will go faster, but it's happening in a much more automated and a streamlined way that you need to do things because the well-being of the company and your employees really, really depend on it. And then you think about business continuity planning. We've often talked about, if we have people displacement activities and other aspects of that, or major systemic outages in infrastructure or networks and the internet and other things like that. Well, what about our supply chain? Because they're not providing, and the people they rely on are not providing either. Suddenly you get to this metric I heard the other day of mean time to survival, which sounds horrific, but how long can you actually run as a business as you are before you start to, things start to collapse and potentially you go under as a result of it? But then how can you optimize that inventory where maybe you are a global organization or multi-city or multi-county and so on? can you actually manage that in a more dynamic way? So you've got the right supplies of whatever the resources are allocated to the right things at the right time based on the need that you're seeing. So that visibility and that insight are obviously a major, major part of that. And then for many of, and probably people on this call as well, contactless commerce, all non-essential stores and premises were just shut down. So then you think, wow, how do we go about this? What do the safety measures look like for those that can still be around? But also online delivery shot through the roof. I know here being at home, I realize how many times a day Amazon visits my house, thanks to my kids and the rest of my family. But, it's changed the way we do things. It's changed our habits. I think there'll still be some parts of the industry and retail and services that are that more high end, maybe require more of a concierge or a higher touch, if you will. And they'll still exist. But for a lot of other things, I think you're going to think twice that if I can order this online and it magically appear, I'm probably going to do that because I'm more worried about my own safety, the risk that's coming as a part of that. You need to have a great experience, not only for your customers, but also how do you do it for your employees that have got to deliver those services who potentially are stepping into harm's way pretty regularly. Return to work for employees. What does that look like? Is it based on demand or is it based on trying to keep critical skills in the organization? So then you start thinking, well, what's the opportunity? Well, omni-channel for many, where you might move to a mobile sort of scenario or chatbot, online presence and so on, where historically you may not have had that. Again, how do you provision that environment, but also with protection? Many of we've seen where we've got these clear plexiglass screens up now in different, in gas stations, in hotels, in restaurants and bars. And it's a little bit different here in the UK. We're sort of coming out of the lockdown in a very controlled way. But even today, seeing, those screens up at car dealerships and other stores and so on, it's a little bit frightening at first, but I think it's just, it's that level of protection that we need. Employee well-being, are they ready to come back to work? They may not be, and after 4 months at home, life changes, where they depend on others or others depend on them. Those things have to be suddenly thought about. You can't just suddenly open all these things and expect this flood of people to come back to work. But how do you actually then think about how do you flow traffic through an organization, but also customers? And then how do you actually do contactless check-in and pay so that I don't want to touch a machine and press the keys. Cash, is dirty by nature. Everyone touches it all the time. So what do we do there, right? So all these other ideas that have to happen around even the security of contactless payments, right? It was increased here from, I think the limit was £30. It's now up to £100 in many places to avoid that next touch, to avoid that next contact that's not needed. So I think a lot of those things are going to continue changing around what we do and how we do it. And then you think about healthcare, right? All our hospitals, doctors, nurses, everything, right? Suddenly had to go into this different mode of operating and shut their doors essentially to non-critical patients and visitors, which is heartbreaking when you think about it. But the interactions required, we've all seen PPE and what's happened around the world, but how do you actually start to manage that environment? So the challenge is being, how do you ramp up those non-critical services at this point? But you've got to have employee and patient safety. How do you have patient and doctor interactions? We've seen lots of them here, doing Zoom calls and all sorts of things to do consultations. That's pretty sensitive information. When the Zoom bombing thing happened and many others have occurred, that changes things for everybody, for a team of people who maybe are not that advanced technically or digitally in terms of security and what's safe and what's not. Yet here you are discussing confidential information with a patient. You don't want that getting out in the wild. And again, that based on demand, how do you come back? So, a lot of what we're seeing in our healthcare customers is thinking about those interactions. What can they do to digitalize them? Where can they minimize contact, but also where can they actually put a digital process in place? Things like prescriptions, repeat medicines, digital consultations. There's been a huge increase, as an example, in helplines or medical helplines where people can phone up with symptoms and actually ask those questions. And then you start to ask about, well, what about the actual people, the workforce themselves? So we saw lots of shift, lots of changes all over the world. UK contact centers just got crushed. They couldn't cope with the demand. And where you've got low maturity, I would say, in terms of digital transformation, those processes start to creak and crack very, very quickly. And then suddenly when people were furloughed or laid off, a lot of those roles had to change and adapt accordingly. So that business resilience of how do you actually source your talent? They need to be multi-skilled, multi-sourced, and multi-region in many cases. I talked earlier about that designation of remote. We've removed it. And I've been talking to customers recently where, they'd often hire within a sort of a 1 hour proximity or radius of one of their main offices in a major city, but they just weren't able to do so. But in other parts of the world, the talent's available, and it's that workforce anywhere concept. If you can get the talent and they're good enough and they meet all the needs, everyone else is working remotely right now. So why not have your team spread out? It actually gives you a lot more diversity, a lot more capability, and you can move and pivot accordingly. And there may be skills shortages where we are. We all know sort of the scenarios that are going on where it drives up the market, the war for talent and fierce competition. But what if I could actually move certain functions in that way and hire from other regions of the world and also scale it with the capacity that I need? Because suddenly I need more people that may be UX designers or digital transformation type consultants and so on. How can I do that? How can I find them? Because everyone's looking for them at the moment. Where can I find good resource to do that? So having that concept of proactive workforce and scenario planning, how do you drive your sourcing strategy? So global talent and human resource organizations have had huge pressure put on them over the last couple of months to figure some of this stuff out. Yes, many have been furloughed or potentially lost their jobs, but in many places they're still hiring. So how do you find this skill? How do you find this great talent? You've got to think about self-service, right? So I can drive down that concept of support and contact, if you will, that relies on me going to a physical location or the luxury of having IT down the hallway, if you will. When I do have an issue, who do I contact? How do I contact? And then how do you actually onboard new employees, right? And cater for that demand fluctuations, right? Whether it's a contact center or whatever it is, how can you bring people on board remotely, but make them feel included? Make them have a sense of belonging into the organization that they've joined, but you meet all the same standards and all the right criteria around onboarding and joiners, and they get set up and they're productive and they're efficient. That puts a lot of stress on the organization that maybe you've not had to deal with before. And that could be automation and provisioning of equipment as well as access, but also then how do you create the human interaction so they can meet their colleagues, maybe meet their teams, interact with their managers and so on. So there's a big part of that resilient workforce that's hugely important right now. And I think, the shift we've seen is it's employee focused, employee first, and then the technology that supports that or enables that to be much better, if you will. And one of the big parts of that, I would say, is this concept of a readiness framework. This is actually a screenshot out of hours, right? And one of the things I wanted to share with you was some of the things that we're doing at ServiceNow to help our customers and help organizations. So we look at this in a couple of different ways: community, employee, and the actual workplace itself. So if we start with the community aspect, and this is the community at large, right? Are we even allowed to reopen the locations or the offices of the buildings, right? Whether that's CDC, World Health Organization, whoever it is at the time, and locality wise, can we actually do that? Can we have the movement of people? And then you ask the question is, well, is it even safe to do so? Can we have people that close together? Community. We were just talking earlier. We have a new location opening in London. Great, it's amazing, looks beautiful, but there's no way on this planet I'm getting on a train at commute time to go into central London with thousands of other people. I just don't need to do that. Put myself in that situation. Are essential services available that people would need, or if they're not, does that force them to actually go out and do other things? That again raises the risk accordingly. So you have to think about all these different concepts, and then the employees themselves. Are they actually even comfortable doing that? We've done some surveys and different things, and I think roughly half have come back and said, not yet, we're not quite ready. We don't feel safe enough that we can come back to the workplace, but also, is there a driving need that I need to be back in the workplace? I can actually work effectively from home. And the conversations continue from there. And then the actual workplace itself, is it even ready? Lots of people have talked about cleaning schedules and disinfecting buildings and hand sanitizer on every other wall and the distancing of desks and so on. What are the safety requirements we have to think about? Can we even do that? Some premises are small to the point that they can't reopen because they just cannot practice that level of distancing and safety for your employees. And then, do you actually have the right staff or the number of staff and resources to actually maintain compliance with whatever those standards are and whatever they need to be? So it gets really complicated, and not a lot of that really is to do with technology, right? It's a lot about the employee and the workforce themselves. And here at ServiceNow, we've actually made the decision that it's employee choice until the end of the year. So even if magically in August or September, a lot of our buildings reopened around the world, you as the employee are the empowered individual to actually make a choice as to whether or not you return to the workplace. You can still work from home, which is fine, or wherever you may be, but it's actually under your control, because there's so many other factors that we at ServiceNow don't control that potentially impact your home, your work-life balance, your family, your friends, your commute, any number of different things. In terms of getting your work done on a daily basis. So what we've tried to look at here, out of our own need, and then we sort of said, well, if we've got this need, we're pretty sure everybody else have. So we wanted to build these apps that really get you ready, if you will, from that concept, and how we pivoted overnight. So a simple thing like a survey, kind of asking, how are you? How do you feel? What's going on right now? So how do you actually get visibility into employee wellness and their ability to return, but do it in a way that's structured or semi-structured, so you can actually start to get insights from it rather than just sort of blank or free text, if you will. How do you get to them through their mobile phone or even a laptop or a desktop? And then how do you actually start using that data that says, you know what, I'm concerned about my exposure at the workplace, okay? How do you reinforce that message? How do you give people confidence? Do we have all the right equipment available, from temperature check-in to PPE to desk space and so on? Use that to actually drive the work that we need to do based on the feeling and sentiment. Can you do health screening? Verify their health status in terms of what they're doing. If they've requested PPE, do they have symptoms? Have they met the requirements for re-entry back into the workplace? Because many people are going back. You can then start to manage that and control that accordingly. And then you sort of move into the next place, where how do you actually manage your facilities as an organization? Manage your inventory of PPE. Do we have enough masks, hand sanitizer, whatever it may be? But I think the really important one here is workplace safety management. So we've all got our buildings and floor plans and whatever, and probably people with clipboards and printouts and so on. But how do you actually control the flow of people and transform that process from, people can do self-service. You can actually manage workspaces. Can you manage as a neighborhood from that sort of concept? Schedule arrival time so that you control the flow of people, as I said, and really manage that risk in a much more effective way. But also gain insights into what people are doing, what roles need to come back to the organization, because there will be some that do need to come back, and that's fine, whereas some roles will still stay remotely and so on. And then how do you actually drive things like facilities and workplace services around safety, compliance, regulatory, and so on? Because you've got to think at some point, out the back of the 2008 financial crisis, huge regulatory, reform came. What's going to come out of the back of this? Yes, there's a lot of healthcare aspects, but what's going to hit organizations, governments, departments, you name it, in terms of how do we respond? How do we react the next time something like this should occur? We've got to be a lot more prepared, a lot more better ready, if you will, for it, and not just dust off the old plans and hope that we get it right. And then you start saying, well, who's Chris met with? Chris had a meeting on Wednesday, and he was in a location. There were 4 other people there. Can you start to figure out through smarts using calendaring and connection to Wi-Fi points and things like that, who potentially people have been near in an office location? Just on the pre-call, I think there was a lady in Canada who was back in an office location as part of a government building. Is she safe? Who's she meeting with? Are other people got symptoms that she needs to be wary of, and so on? Can you start to build up that web or that map, if you will, and start thinking about potentially impacted people? Or maybe things are changing where you've got too many people coming back, and you need to sort of calm it down a little bit and slow the flow. But at the same time, have those data privacy measures in place, because obviously you don't want to cross that boundary. And then lastly, how do you just bring it all together? So you've got one view of the world that you can say, yes, we have a safe workplace. And that's not just, it's clean and it's inspected and all those good things, but the employees that are returning, we've got all the right safety measures in place. Have we got all the right equipment available? Can you overlay that with data that, is coming from health organizations and governments and so on, and actually use it in a way where you can understand what's actually going on and maybe change your perception or maybe change your reactions. There are parts of the world that are going back up, unfortunately, in terms of infection rates. Maybe that was too much too soon. What can we learn from that? What was different? What's part of this, and so on? So really what we want to do, and this is how we're managing at ServiceNow, in that identifying those roles and functions that can come back. When should they come back? What does coming back actually look like? Those that don't, we actually just today kicked off our mid-year performance cycle. What does that start to look like? How do you do performance management? Because I can't sit and talk to you face to face. So you lose that body language, that sort of almost intimacy, if you will, of that type of performance conversation. How do you deal with those scenarios in this new operating model? To deliver still what you've got to do, the doors are still open, the lights are still on, and so on. Yes, we're working differently, but what can you do, and what drives that new status and that new way of working, where digital transformation is a massive part of it. Many companies have suddenly sort of looked at things in terms of workflow, digitalizing those processes. Why couldn't we make things available on mobile phones? The way we've worked historically, we've had sort of the security of the four walls of the building and knowing where people are and what they're doing. Well, that's gone. So now we have to change our stance. And we've seen lots of security teams, IT security teams, and so on, changing their stance slightly in terms of what is appropriate and what's not, what access can be given and where, what does our remote access now look like, because it's had to change quickly. Still do it securely, still do it in the right way with all the right requirements, but can we do something meaningful with it so that we actually keep the organization running and not be the department of no, if you will, right? So it's a big part of what many organizations are now talking about. And then lastly, I just sort of, I like to finish with a bit of a call to action so that, it's great you sit here, you listen to me, wherever you all may be and whatever you all may be doing. But I think if you don't go away and do something with this or think differently or spark a conversation, I think that's a missed opportunity. So for me and our organization, it's about raising awareness of that back to workplace framework. How do we look at new ways of using technology to drive new ways of working? In our organization, we've actually set up certain people with what we would call a digital broadcast studio, a little bit like you'd see a news reporter out on the street, reporting on a news story. We all now have in our homes the ability to broadcast like this at any point in any time on multiple platforms across the world, because we know we can't do in-person events anymore. So let's still do events, but let's do them in this format and do them slightly differently, but with high quality as part of it. And then look at your operating models to suit the outcome of the work required. I would say 80% of the time our team would travel. That's gone. They can't do that at the moment. So how do we change the way we work and the content we deliver? And we've actually moved away from some of the ways we used to interact and switched to newer platforms or newer capabilities that up levels the interaction with the audience, but at the same time, we get similar outcomes to where we were before. And then for you, listen, learn, act. What are the needs of the organization? What are they actually crying out for right now? Not what you think they need, but truly what is it they need? And in some cases, it's not groundbreaking. It's fairly functional. It's fairly simple in terms of what that looks like and how you go about that. Be open to those new ways of working and problem solving. We've adopted a process called rumbling every other week on a Friday morning for an hour and a half. The team get together. We use something called visual task boards. We pick the topic that's sort of most important to the team at that time, or maybe someone's got something coming up that they need to be aware of. And we just rumble on it. We throw all the ideas on the board, everyone sees them real time, and it just gives us a really good interactive way of understanding what the problem is, but also trying to help a colleague or part of the team solve those problems. And change those ways of the past, right? Use this, it's never happened before in this, it's certainly in our age, I would guess, certainly not for me. It's compelling, right? We might not get another chance where we could take advantage of it to really kickstart some new ideas and new innovation that we may not have thought of before. Or now that we've got different ways of thinking or time available to us, where we're not commuting or we're not sat on planes and trains and cars and things, maybe there's another thing there that we can think about. And that quality time to think about solving it actually is a lot more beneficial to us than ever before. So I will close there. I want to say big thank you. Thank you for attending. Thank you for your attention. I really, really appreciate it. And at this point, I'm not sure who I'm going to hand you back to or if we've got questions, but appreciate your time, and hopefully I'll speak to you all soon.
You handed back to me, Chris, but thank you. Thank you very much. So next up, we've got a discussion about remote working practices, best practices from people who have lived the experience. This is going to cover everything from moving an entire municipal workforce to work from home, to the security and privacy issues that have crept up as video conferencing moves into people's homes. I think you're going to enjoy this panel as much. I hope you'll enjoy them, as they're a great group. And I'm going to turn it back again to Chris to introduce the panel and the panelists.
Thanks for the introduction, Jim, and great to be with you here today. So as we move into this new world of work and the concept of remote working, ServiceNow, the company I work for, we had to pivot overnight, like many organizations all over the world, where our comfort zone, if you will, of being in physical locations together, our employees and working directly with our customers, suddenly changed. And that happened as well for you, many of you out there in the field all over the world. And I'm fortunate today to be joined by a really interesting group of panelists from different parts of the industry with quite different personas, quite different perspectives, and so on. But I think what's also an interesting part of this is the surveys that have been done, where 3/4 of people expect to work from home more often than they ever done before. But then likewise, on top of that, you've got a group of people who want to work from home permanently. Now, do we do that? Does the workforce support it? Does the workplace support it? As part of that conversation and those statistics, I want to talk to our panelists today, introduce themselves, and we'll sort of rumble on these different topics and different ideas and get some different ideas in terms of how it's been achieved, the benefits, the risks, the challenges, certainly from a security standpoint, a privacy standpoint, and even a productivity standpoint. So without further ado, I'm very, very pleased to have with me today, first of all, Jan Bradley. Hi, Jan. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, Chris. Happy to. My name is Jan Bradley. I'm the Chief Information Technology Officer for the City of Calgary. City is about 1.3 million citizens, going through some pretty tough economic times right now because it's in the heart of oil and gas. We had the IT group is about 465 people-ish, and we support 15,000 employees.
Now let's pivot over to Kat. Kat, can you introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Thanks, Chris. I'm Kat Code. I'm a data privacy expert. I come from an engineering background. I spent over a decade working for BlackBerry, doing a lot of software architecture and design and management. And then 7 years ago, I launched my own corporate consulting company called Binary Tattoo, where I specialize in a lot of cybersecurity education, as well as helping companies get to data privacy compliance.
Big scary word, compliance. And last but not least, Paula.
Hi, I'm Paula Allen. I'm Senior Vice President of Research, Analytics, and Innovation at Morneau Shepell. And a bit about Morneau Shepell, we provide HR services and consulting. And basically our space is to support the health and productivity of employees and the business success as a result of that. And we're also the publisher of the Mental Health Index. So a lot of perspective on how this whole change in doing work is really impacted workplace productivity.
Amazing. So great, really good, varied panel in terms of the research, the background, the practitioners, and different sort of views of it from employees to citizens as well. So as we said in the kickoff, right, we all had this amazing pivot suddenly overnight and this transition to, hey, everybody work from home. So, you know, how did that work out for you? You know, what happened? What changed? Will you have any surprises, etc.? So as we go through this, let's just sort of rumble around on it, see where we end up. And maybe Jan, as the CIO, the impact you saw in your organization, obviously to your business, maybe you can just talk us through that a little bit.
So as soon as we activated our emergency operations center, we were told, like, get everybody home. That was, and we were given a list of essential services, like these folks go first, and then the rest of the folks. So it took us about a week to get the 600 or so essential service workers working remotely. And that meant we had to, you know, we procured devices as quickly as we could, because not everybody worked in a way that had a surface that they could just pick up and take home. So we procured some devices, we got the software set up, we boosted our network, boosted our licensing for remote work. But it took us about a week to get the 600 or so essential service workers. We knew we had about 5,000 more folks out there we had to get to, and we didn't have that much time. So we really, the management team and I spent a weekend sort of, as you said, pivoting and trying to figure out how do we do this quickly. And so, you know, some people already had devices. For the most part, we just enabled people to remote into their workstations. And by the end of the next week, we had moved from, you know, 2,000 or 2,200 remote workers to almost 6,000 remote workers.
Amazing what you can do when you sort of you have a compelling event, right, and a forcing function to make that work. So Paula, you know, in your space, how did, and obviously from a HR world as well, that's an interesting transition. How did you guys cope with that?
Well, us as an employer, we actually started from I think a position of an advantage. So we constantly look at the future of work, and we're also constantly looking at the things that really sort of our people value and supports their well-being. So with those two things, we knew that a flexible workplace is something that works very well for people, the ability to work anywhere at any time, basically focusing on productivity as opposed to, you know, being in a particular place. Really what we ended up spending most of our time doing is making sure that we had the right kind of connections between teams, that when people were having meetings, they were comfortable with virtual meetings, that managers were supported in making sure that they had kept an eye out and kept conversations going if people were really struggling with this remote situation. Because even though from a logistics point of view, we were well along the path, there's a whole other point of view in terms of adapting even from a part-time remote to a full-time remote. They are two very different universes.
Yeah, exactly. No, really good point. And Kat, yourself, I think you've worked remotely for some time anyway, right? So this was just doing more of what you were probably already doing. How did that work for you?
Yeah, you're right. What I found interesting working with companies is my model, because as a parent, I changed my model to work mostly remotely so I could be available for my children. And I've been trying to work with companies for a long time that insisted that I be in the office for 3 months. They wanted a 3-month full-time advisory. And I said, you know, I can do this from home. And there was always skepticism in whether or not you could be productive from home and connect with the team from home. And it's been interesting to me over the last few months where people have been forced to do this, where they've seen that you can work with someone remotely. There are tools to do that effectively, of course. And I think it's also opening a lot of global doors for, or not even global, but just geographically wide doors for people to be able to work with people that aren't situated exactly where they are.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think from my own personal experience in that, you know, I'm busy. I used to travel a lot. They're all good things. That goes away. Yes, I've got hours back in my day and my week. But what I also found was those meetings that often I don't know, it's hard to explain, where you'd rely on being in proximity, right? In a building near each other. You know, Thursday, 10 o'clock is the weekly team meeting or status meeting, and everyone trawls into the conference room. It's an hour long, few late stragglers getting coffee, whatever, and you kind of get through it. And that was always the mechanism, the way updates were provided. That's gone. And what I found is in my calendar, those sort of regular cadence meetings have gone. But the meetings that have sort of come back, yes, they're more ad hoc, but I find they're more valuable because people have had to figure out better ways of communicating, not being able to relying on, oh, I'll just pop by, oh, Paula's office door is open. Let me go say hi. We'll catch up for a couple of minutes, or we'll grab a coffee and we're good. So I don't know if you've noticed a difference in that sort of behavior, meeting behavior as well, in terms of the way the cadence work, but also it's the soft skills that we often don't think about. How do you effectively communicate when you're suddenly not in the proximity of other people? So I'd be interested to get your thoughts on that as well.
So for me, what I'm finding, it really depends on your personality type. And this is, I mean, this is above and beyond technology, but there are people that don't like to be looked at. And so having Zoom meetings sometimes, right, with part of this whole Zoom fatigue thing with having your image up there. As a speaker, what I have found is when I am speaking to a room of people, there is an energy and a feedback that you get when you're speaking with people, their facial expressions, having to deliver seminars online. And this goes again for anyone who's running a meeting that doesn't have that visual feedback. It's very difficult to talk to an empty screen.
I would totally agree with that. Yeah. I have been holding leadership meetings when it first started almost every week. And I found a very sort of formal where they were getting updates from me. It was like a blank screen. As soon as we said, you know, okay, that's it, you know, the meeting is over, and we started having more informal conversations, people were much more comfortable turning their cameras on and being part of the conversation.
We had a very interesting experience because our company is global. And we did have that flexible workplace, and we also had a number of groups who actually did work from home full time. So the first thing is the people who are working from home full time are overjoyed because the playing field has been leveled. So there's no longer this feeling like we're at home, you know, everybody's in the office. There's like a two-level type of a situation here. Everybody is pretty much the same. And we moved very quickly from being teleconference focused to video conference focused. And that really has been helpful because there are people that have been working together by email and telephone and have really never seen each other. So that connection is there. What's become clear though is that with the use of video counseling, with that being video communication, with that just different way, like whenever there's a change, there has to be a new norm that develops around it. And we really haven't quite developed that yet.
And I think exactly as you said, right, norms are going to come out of this in some way, shape or form. Video technology is not new to us. It's been around a long time, but this forcing function. So I think, you know, if you think about kind of the lessons learned aspect of this, you know, what's changed, what's different. What do you feel that as you've gone on this journey and this transition, that you've learned that, you know, like you say, they will become norms, or things that maybe you tried and maybe they didn't work quite as well as you thought they might have, and maybe you've pivoted in a different direction?
In terms of the logistics, you know, like, as I said, it worked, you know, relatively smoothly with the hard work of many. And because we had been on a path anyway and kind of, you know, done proof of concept in terms of work from home, it just seemed very cool, right? But there are certain people, even if they are set up to work from home, do not work from home well. And for many, it was great, you know, and it is great. And there's no desire to go back to even a flexible workplace. The full-time work from home is really the best new norm for them. There's many who are very comfortable and they could go for a long time, a short time, one day in the office or two. Like it's cool to go back and forth. But there was a portion of the population who just really did not adapt very well. And I think it's really important for employers to listen to that. There's a lot of talk right now about companies going fully remote. And I do think some will. I actually feel the majority will be more flexible, back and forth, because again, working from home has its benefits. Being in the office has its benefits, but our research has been absolutely clear that the flexibility back and forth on an individual basis is actually the best situation. And we're seeing, because the pendulum's swaying one way so far, I don't think I think it's going to settle somewhere in the middle.
And Kat, right, you've made this transition way before everybody else. You're one of the original cool cats, right? Quite literally. What did you learn, or what have you, I guess, over those years, what have you changed about the way you work remote from your lessons learned in terms of your style, your energy levels, those type of things?
Well, from a human perspective, it's a skill set to work from home. It is a skill set often to self-motivate and ensure that you're working when no one else is watching and no one else is there. Running my own company, I probably put higher standards and pressure on myself than I would have. But I know what is difficult about working from home is running a team. So when I have had people working for me, I've had to meet with them weekly just to ensure that they're on the right track or doing the right thing. It is very difficult because I used to manage large teams. It's very difficult to set up a culture remotely. So when we talk about taking existing teams and cultures and then taking them remote, you already have some kind of relationship and basis with the people you're working with, but having to develop that remotely is a challenge. From the tech perspective, wearing my privacy hat, people take for granted the amount of things that a company has put in place for them from a privacy side, right? From firewalls to safe routers to updated software. And then even the fact that we have work etiquette that hasn't translated to home. So when you are in an office and you go to a meeting in a meeting room, I cannot imagine someone taking out their camera and taking a photo of that meeting and then going home and putting it on Facebook. And yet here we are, every day I see someone else's screen capture of their corporate meeting with all the names and faces of everyone they work with. And so I think what I've seen from this side is people are not translating that etiquette. So the privacy etiquette of being inside the office walls to being, hey, I'm in my own home anyway, hasn't translated yet.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point.
Yeah, and the privacy aspect is something, we have a chief privacy officer who's also our city clerk, and she's been really good about reminding us all the way through this that, just because we're in a pandemic does not mean that we need to, or that we should be compromising privacy. Even if somebody doesn't want us to look into their home, we need to be respectful of that, right? Because there are people who, I ask some of my peers, and there are people who feel judged if you look into my home. So, the
Right.
privacy element is a really important piece of this, particularly because of the nature of this event. If somebody is ill, that's a privacy issue. We are not entitled to know that, yet we still have to manage the workspace that person may have been in.
So I'll sort of add to that as well, because just reminding everybody, it's hard to forget, but the reason why we're doing all of this is because we are in a pandemic. And, whenever you have any sort of a crisis situation, whenever you have a response to a crisis situation, what's important and what's not important becomes so crystal clear. What we found is that the mental health of working Canadians declined dramatically as a result of during the time of the pandemic that we see as the result of the pandemic, like quite significantly. Anxiety, depression, sense of isolation, optimism, and even work productivity. And what was interesting about that is that it's not so much that people aren't putting the output, but doing the output is harder. It's harder to keep, be concentrating. It's harder to keep focused. So all of these are very real issues. So you have that as a backdrop. You have a group in need. With that kind of sense of I guess chaos, if you want to put it that way, we're actually seeing what's important, showing people that they're valued as individuals. recognizing people as whole people, as opposed to just, you know, the sliver of them that you actually see in the workplace. Making sure that the supports that you have available, your typical supports, your benefits, all of those have had to go in a digital format. And because they're digital, you have to communicate a lot more to make people feel that they are there, that they don't have to put their needs on hold, but also feel comfortable using them. Because I don't think that we're going back to the way that we were before. I think this has been a moment in time where we've realized an amount of capacity. We've realized the value of remote work. We realize that there's some challenges. And, you know, organizations are talking about different ways of interfacing with their people right now. Everybody's probably heard about Facebook and a lot of the tech companies. Anybody can work from home. You know, our employment relationship is going to change. Your salary might change. Like a whole bunch of things are changing.
Yeah.
So so the good news around that is that I've heard that more than ever before, employers really paying attention to the needs of their people and not taking that for granted. Because at the end of the day, how you set up at home, how you provide the tech, how you communicate, what resources you have to offer, your only success measure is your people being healthy and productive and engaged.
And I think, you know, if we go back to that human element as well, right, working remotely and so on, it's not productive to sit in front of a screen for 8 days. And it's not realistic either. You know, so I know I would go stir crazy. I get up, I walk around, I do different things. And Kat, as someone that, you know, I'm going to call on you as our work from home professional at this point. You know, how do you deal with that? What would you recommend in that scenario? You know, taking breaks is an obvious one, but do you change it up? Do you get about? Do you go and take a call somewhere else? You know, what great advice can you give us?
I think from a work from home perspective, we have to remind ourselves that the average office worker, and you've said this, Chris, doesn't get 8 hours of work done in a day, right? You are not working for 8 hours. You are walking from meeting room to meeting room. You might be sitting in meetings all day. There was a point before I worked at BlackBerry and before I left, I had 75 people. And I will tell you from 9 to 5, I did none of my own work, right? It was all handling other people's issues, attending meetings. And then at 5 o'clock when everyone else had gone home, then I would attend to my email and get everything else done. So, but in that 8 hours, I was not looking at computer screens. I was engaging with people. I was feeding that part of what I needed. So I think setting even the standard for yourself to say, I'm not going to spend 8 hours. I'm going to spend a solid 3 hours behind my computer today and make sure, you know, after 3 hours, we talk about screen time always for kids. It's really funny, right? We're always trying to limit screen time for kids, and no one ever talks about limiting the screen time for adults. So here we are going from working behind a computer to binging Netflix to playing games, whatever your stress relief is, and no one is talking about that screen time.
Let's hope no kids watch this and start checking up on our screen time. We're in big trouble. The other side of this that we haven't really talked about is the generational aspect, right, of where you work. You know, that traditional office building, real estate, you commute, you do whatever. This new population, if you will, or new generation that's coming into the workforce, basically didn't know anything prior to the internet or a mobile device. So why can't I work on a tablet or, you know, whatever it is that I need? Why do I physically need to be in a building? So, you know, it'd be interesting to know if you've seen any shift in that in terms of, is there any difference generationally that you've seen in the workforce of those that are better at it, maybe rely on more that face-to-face, as you said, or, yeah, it's fine, I'm okay, I'm a solo operator, I can amuse myself, if you will.
Well, we've actually seen a bit of a paradox to what one might expect. So, you know, with growing up with tech doesn't necessarily mean that you want tech all the time. You know, you might default to that. But we've actually seen the people who are most anxious to go back to the workplace are the younger employees. And when you think about it, it does make some sense. There is that social contact. This is where you meet people. This is where you have your friends. This is where you might meet your partner. This is where you have the FaceTime that gets you that a sense of recognition. the ability to easily get mentoring or just drop by at people's offices. So all of that, when you're in the early part of your career, we are finding that that age group is craving it.
Yeah, that's great. Really good point. So we're almost out of time. So from me, I want to say a huge thank you to you all. Lots of great conversation. I think we could go on for hours and hours, and Kat could probably scare the life out of us from a privacy and a security standpoint. Maybe that's a topic for another day. But you know, Paula, Jan, and Kat, of course, massive thank you for taking the time, spending it with us today. My name is Chris Pope from ServiceNow. Thank you for your time, and I'd like to hand you back to Jim.
Wow. Thank you, Chris. What a great panel. Wow. I made a ton of notes, and I'm going to cover some of this in my wrap up tonight, but so much to think about, so many surprises. And who would have thought, for instance, that young people would be the ones who wanted to get back into the office? That's only one of the insights from this panel that I took away from this. Another one I took away from it is one of the panelists who said, we aren't going back to the way things were. No, we're certainly not. But even in a world of change, at least some things are predictable. Anyone who knows me well or has been to the hundreds of webinars that I've moderated over the years knows I'm big on interaction, quizzes and surveys. So that's what I like to try with you now. Today, I strike again. I got a 5-question quiz about what CIOs are doing or thinking in the digital workspaces in this new normal. The answers come from our latest CIO census, which will be available in a few weeks. Watch for it. Now, participating in the quiz is easy. The question will appear right down on the right hand. I think that's your right-hand side there. The right-hand side of the screen, just below where you see me. Now, you have to exit the full screen mode to see the quiz. And the software requires a cookie, so if you get a message, you have to accept it. And I can see some of you have. So, and after that, it's a piece of cake. Get it? Cookie, piece of cake, never mind. Anyway, so choose the answer you think is correct and compare your responses to everybody in the audience, and I'll also tell you what the CIO has said. You ready? Let's begin with the live questions. Okay, first question up in there. Question 1, what's the one thing that CIOs told us contributed most to work from home productivity? The one thing that CIOs told us contributed the most to work from home productivity. Was it faster internet? Was it ergonomic chairs? Was it collaboration tools? Or was it Uber Eats? You get to decide. It's in there. So I'm voting with Uber Eats. I got my person in the production area here helping me out, but they're voting for Uber Eats too. But what is it? Faster internets, ergonomic chairs, collaboration tools, or Uber Eats? So get in there and get your answers in. And we're just waiting for you to get those answers in there. So what's the one thing that CIOs told us contributed most to work at home productivity? And we're waiting for your answers. So faster internet, ergonomic chairs, collaboration tools, Uber Eats in there. We're starting to see some of the answers we hope in there coming in. Come on. So there we go. So we'll start to see the poll in there. Faster internet. Yep, we start to see some of the answers coming in. Right. Okay. So ergonomic chairs, collaboration tools. Yep, we're starting to see the answers in there. And what's the one thing that contributed to work from home productivity? Collaboration tools. Here's the answer. Ergonomic chairs. You may not believe this, but the answer is B, ergonomic chairs. We're going to try another question. Second question. Now, in our recent roundtable held across Canada, what percentage of CIOs said they expect more of their employees will continue to work from home after the pandemic? So what percentage of CIOs said they expect more of their employees to work from home after the pandemic? Was it 25%? Was it 50%? 55% or 40%, sort of 55% and 100% in there, and the answers are coming in there. Now, the answer is, if you got it, watch yourself, 40%. So 40%, the answer is B. And a lot of you were 55%, I actually could see that, but 40% is the real answer. Next question. In the same sessions, what did CIOs see as the biggest challenge as we look forward to working in the new normal? The biggest challenge as we look forward to working in the new normal. Was it culture change? Was it budget restraint? Was it security? Was it whether their pants will fit? We're not doing too bad in that. So culture change, budget restraint, security, or whether their pants will fit in there. Security is coming up big in there, culture change coming up there. For those of you who picked A, culture change, you are right. You agree with our CIO panel in there. Next question, one more? We got a couple more here. So what did CIOs say was the best way to deal with the impact of isolation on work from home employees. Now, this is a big deal. The impact of isolation on work from home employees. What did CIO say was the best way to deal with that? Was it virtual happy hours? Was it an always open bridge for employee chat? Was it daily Zoom meetings? Or was it all of the above? So pick A, B, C, or D in there. We're seeing the answers coming in now. And the answer is, yeah, a lot of you are getting it right now. D, all of the above in there. Last one, final question. Going forward, the CIOs said they believe work from home experience they offer will be A, more technology driven, B, monitored more closely by management, C, a differentiator to attract and retain talent, or D, and I love this one, Zoom-tastic. So A, B, C, or Zoom-tastic. Pick your one in there, and the answers are coming in. I see, yep, they are. And you're right, and a lot of you got this one. C, a differentiator to attract and retain talent. So there you go. There's our quiz, and wasn't that fun? You had a lot of fun, didn't you? Just like that, time's going by. It's time for us to give out our first Digital Transformation Award of 2020. Now, when we started this program 4 years ago, we did it to celebrate key innovators in the industry. And to our great pleasure, you reacted favorably to the program, and it's been growing ever since. Even with all the upheaval in the world, we received a large number of award nominations, which is a tribute to an industry that's strong and vibrant, regardless of the tragedies out there. Our judging panel for 2020 is incredible. It's both in experience and in knowledge. We have the past president of the CIO Association of Canada, Gary Davenport. We've got IDC General Manager and Group Vice President Lars Goransson. We've got the Tandit VP of Information Technology, Corey Cox. And also in the judging panel, we've got the CDSPI board member, Helen Politaiko. We've got WSIB Chief Technology and Innovations Officer, Samantha Licio. And last but not least, IDC's ex officio Group VP and Executive Advisor, Joe Pucciarelli. A stellar panel. And on behalf of the audience and the team at ITWC, thank you to all of the judges. Now, envisioning and pulling off transformation in the public sector is no easy task. Governments, as a rule, are subject to some intense scrutiny, and they have to satisfy a range of stakeholders. And any major investment they make, project they pursue, is subject to incredible scrutiny. But I think you're going to find that this list of nominees rose to the challenge and delivered real value to all of us. So here's Martin Harris, the account executive with ServiceNow, to present the Digital Transformation Award for Large Public Sector.
Thanks, Jim. My name is Martin Harris. I'm with ServiceNow, and I'm delighted to present the 2020 Digital Transformation Award in the Large Public Sector category. Looking at the nominations ITWC received for the 2020 awards makes it clear that this sector is leading the charge in digital transformation. The nominated projects show DX as being widely embraced by public sector organizations in all parts of the country. Among the projects tackled are digitization of paper-driven processes, new applications that change the way organizations communicate internally and externally, moving to the cloud, improving security, the expansion of telehealth services, and many more. The category attracted more nominations than any other, and the finalists announced a few weeks ago are Saskatchewan Government Insurance, City of Brantford, Workplace Safety Insurance Board, City of Toronto, Halton Healthcare, Université du Québec à Montréal, Defense Construction Canada, Toronto Catholic School Board, and Centre for Addiction and Mental Health. Our winner this afternoon is an organization that Infrastructure Ontario describes as the benchmark for digital transformation. With patient-centered technologies such as interactive bedside terminals and a wireless network of clinical devices that inspire other medical facilities to rethink the traditional approach. I'm pleased to announce Halton Healthcare as the winner of the 2020 Digital Transformation Award for the Large Public Sector category. Let's roll the video to see what their transformation story is all about.
With the population in Oakville, Milton, and Georgetown more than doubling from 275,000 in 2006, Halton Healthcare needed more than extra real estate to serve the needs of its communities. A $3.36 billion investment resulted in a new smart hospital in Oakville. That also meant a 330,000 square foot expansion in Milton and a completely renovated emergency and diagnostic imaging department in Georgetown. It's an impressive feat, but it doesn't mean the process is over, says the Healthcare Center's CIO, Sandy Sager.
You really can't think about digital transformation as one and done. We really knew and understood that in these ever-changing times, it was going to be digital transformation that was going to happen both often, and it had to be meaningful.
Halton has won some shiny hardware in recent years for its modernization efforts, but Sager says the latest developments have been significant. It made the decision to apply for this year's awards an easy one.
When we won the Ingenious Award, it was really focused on foundationally building smart hospitals. Now we're in the midst of our current digital transformation, which is really focused around modernizing our electronic medical record system and adding in advanced clinical functionality.
But it's not enough just to have technology that helps with quality of care and patient safety. Frontline workers must be directly involved with the rollout of any new infrastructure, says Sager. Enter Dr. Alan Lee, Halton's Medical Chief Information Officer.
The goal of all this digital transformation is about providing a frictionless healthcare experience. We're able to put these alerts and all these signals that come to the nurses into a single device. That allows them to go out into the patient's room, continue to interact with them, and not be tied to a desk where they have to monitor the patient.
Physicians also need to be mobile, which is why Halton introduced a single sign-on and persistent computing solution. On a typical day, a physician will sign into 15 to 20 computers while working across 4 or 5 different apps. The single sign-on solution allows physicians to be more mobile and look after their patients in different areas.
The user taps in with their access card. You're presented with your existing computer session, and all your favorite tools that you have are right where you left it. It saves us time, that's one thing, but more importantly, it allows us to keep thinking about the patient, keep our focus on the clinical question rather than how do I log into this application? What was my username? What's my password? Last time we looked at this, we have 150,000 login a week. And that's the number of times you have spared the physician from being interrupted for the sake of using technology.
And if you're wondering if all this transformation was worth it, don't. It obviously was. The enhanced alarm propagation, for example, has improved patient safety and decreased costs by over $600,000 per year. Halton Healthcare also experienced a 50% increase in patient satisfaction rates regarding nurse response times. A big congratulations to Halton Healthcare for winning this year's Digital Transformation Award for the large public sector category.
I'd like to thank the senior leadership team and the board for their overall vision. We'd like to thank management and physician leadership for their ongoing support around digital transformation. Thank you to the IT team for their remarkable work over the years. And of course, our frontline staff, physicians, and volunteers. We constantly get input from to help prioritize and drive our work, and who also use these digital tools every single day to help support our vision of exemplary patient experiences always.
Congratulations to Halton Healthcare. Talk about rising to the challenge. One of the amazing success stories in transformation in our public sector. And that concludes day 1 of Digital Transformation Week. Tomorrow, we have an amazing session as we explore the role of artificial intelligence, not as a future idea, but as a way of driving forward with digital transformation. We're going to get a lot of that tomorrow, and including the things business leaders must do before they commence an AI implementation. And along the way, there'll be an award presentation, and tomorrow that'll be AI-fueled transformation and the Small Private Sector Award. So thank you to our sponsors, ServiceNow, CyberArk, SailPoint, OutSystems, and Compugen. And speaking of Compugen, I'd like to encourage all of you to hit the breakout room and continue the discussion on remote working after this. I'm headed there now, and I'd love you to join me. I know it'll be worth your time, so come on by. And thank you everyone and for your time and for your interest. And I hope to see you in the breakout room, or if I don't, I'll see you tomorrow.